Hello, and welcome everyone to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. Hello Lulu, hello Naomi, hello Vinit, hello Atherun, hello Adrian. How's your guys' week going? Vinit, you can do whatever you like, man. Hello Mad Max. Okay, there's 12 minutes to bet on this game. Hello Lutfi. Oh, we've got a game. Thanks, Rio. Yeah, I'm gonna random actually.
Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining. Your turn to
Oh my god, I did not want to play this hero. Oh. Well, sometimes you just
do you
random.
play Venge, or do you want me to play Venge? I can pick, like, I can swap with you if you'd like to play something else.
Want a random for me, XD? Oh.
No, please. This is ranked. Come on, pick something you want to play. I like playing Vengeful.
Okay. Give me
What do you
Naga.
like to play? Naga carry?
Yeah, carry, dog. Hi, Jeff.
Oh, then I'm not gonna pick now. Is it? I mean, it does ruin the illusions pretty quickly.
Your turn to
Holy shit, second pick storm. Hello, Eljo. Hello, BJ. Hello, Kodor. Hello, EB.
So, top lane pick.
I'm okay with Drow too, if you guys really want.
A Drow on the offlane, like 3 or 1. Oh yeah, for yellow, but yeah, okay. I'm afraid we're gonna be too squishy. Look at our heroes. Don't you think?
Drow is a better pick. Oh, let me see the last pick.
your turn to pick.
I'll give tangos after, but first,
Your
should I
turn to
pick? Should I pick Drow, or are we gonna be too squishy if we pick a Drow?
Nah, the DK covers the DK aspect. It's up to you, man. It's up
Out of
BJ's butt.
curiosity, does does. Well, don't buy any items, by the way. Bunch, not yet. Does Dragon Knight get the damage from Drow when he's in range for him?
Holy fuck, this guy doesn't know shit.
Dies. No, sorry. Yeah, attack speed. I know, I messed it up.
I'm not support. Hello, one ho. Look, Maul.
Drow Ranger.
You want some tangos? Throwing for it.
For that cold embrace.
Come here. Thorb, come here, man. I'll hook you up.
I shall nip my enemies. It's in the bag. That was my thought.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, Vinny. Jesus Christ.
I can swap MK out of ultimate. We have...
So be it. Forward. The battle
Be okay.
begins. I'm notched, I'm taut, I'm ready to fly. Yes. Way ahead of you.
Is he
My sentiments as
walking?
Nah.
Alright. Damn it.
well. I go in silence.
Ah. Okay, good. Sort it out.
Good enough. Arrow fodder. Very well. To battle. Silent as mist. Agreed.
The 40-second cooldown on that shit. Level 1.
Wah
My
wah.
bow is drawn. Onward. Silent as mist. My sentiments as well.
You know how to pull?
Arrow, find your target. I go in silence.
I'm gonna pull. I'm gonna pull.
Yeah, you can do 54. I think you can stack and pull at the same time.
I know.
Just making
That was
sure.
my thought.
Yeah. You.
Don't you dare.
The easiest pull of the game.
Into the fray. Agreed.
Man, this Monkey King is literally
My
running at
bow
us.
is
Can we try
drawn.
lane top?
Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with that. No, I've snowballed farm already. Yeah, you pop tons, thanks.
Good enough.
Yeah, we're still level 1.
Eat this tree.
The secrets of the wood are
Fuck.
mine.
Yeah, I should have. Oh well, I'm on my way
Cut
top.
a notch with your name on it.
Oh my god, I screwed myself.
Arrow, fly. Feel the bite of frost.
If Sankey gets hit by silence while he's using Sandstorm, does it get cancelled?
Attack.
Sorry? No, it's not a channeled.
Your
Okay.
fate
He has to get out of
is
it.
sealed.
You just need a sense.
Or attack, I recall.
Onward.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
Stun him? Oh, okay.
Feel the frost.
Alright.
Missing middle.
Way ahead of you. To battle. Your money or your debt.
Fuck.
Yeah, Zinga.
Arrow,
Yeah.
fly.
We got problems. We got Zinga.
Quiver.
Ah, we're
I'm
good.
gonna try and jump. Blind.
Death comes silently.
Ooh.
Forward.
Ginga's about to run out. It's
Very
gone.
well.
Fuck.
Onward.
Damn it.
Go get bounties. Go get both the bounties.
Oh yeah. Oh cool.
I'll take that. My bow is drawn.
Oh.
Silent
fuck?
as a mist.
Stupendous.
Way ahead of you. Very well. The
Damn it.
price you pay.
I still don't have mana for my son.
Into the fray.
Go for this guy instead. I'll see TP'd out.
That was my thought.
Yeah, I don't know why we didn't go to PA to begin with. Like,
Yeah, I don't know either.
Missing top.
The more logical choice.
Good enough.
Fuck.
So be it. Forward.
Monkey King's bottom now, so pressure.
Yes.
Oh shit.
That's fine.
Oh,
I'm almost 6, so it's irrelevant whether he's down here or not.
Arrow, fly. I go in silence.
we gotta help out bottom. If he's bottom, go bottom.
Oh fuck.
Missing.
No, another TP. Oh, I don't have mana or.
Way ahead. We hardly know.
Ah, there.
Just as well.
Wow, that worked out. Okay.
Arrow, find your target.
Hey, Venom you can have this lane. I'm gonna loot.
To battle.
Fuck.
Very well.
Just don't die, okay? Monkey King's gonna jump at you.
I go in silence.
Monkey's gonna jump at me.
Hey, you want a shrine, Storm?
So be it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Feel the frost. Arrow fly.
Missing middle.
My bow is drawn.
I don't have any mana whatsoever. Fuck, I'm almost up. That's probably fake. No, that's a real one. Bolts. Trying.
Yes.
Start roaming.
Here, come.
That was my thought.
Did lane not go well for you, Drow? If so, I should come down there.
Oh no, it has nothing to do with that. It's just more
Okay.
efficient for
Yeah,
me to
it's
be here.
level 6. Yeah.
Thank
Did
you.
it change anything? Because I mean, it's like 20%. Like if you deny their assets, you get 20. They get 20%. Nothing.
It's just that Drow jungle is really fast now.
Agreed.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I'm getting a second wind.
Gets more,
Okay, so-
more out of jungling in terms of farm.
Silent as mist. Bite frost.
He's dead. I don't even need to be there.
Oh, that was close. I'm probably fucked though,
Attack.
or I'm not. He's not level 6.
My sentence is well.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Good enough.
Oh fuck. Oh gosh, I didn't think I'd get the kill. On level 2.
Quiver.
Oh, runes, 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 runes.
Agreed.
Fuck.
Let
Good enough.
let's Storm get a
Yeah.
summon.
Attack.
Yes.
You can have your lane back, so
Your
I'm going back
bottom
to jungle.
tower is under attack.
Onward.
Yeah, how's the Alpha?
That was my thought.
I believe he's been free farming. Oh no, never mind. How did Storm? Did you do okay against him? I mean, Storm has been top quite a bit, so.
Silence.
Done someone?
Your fate is sealed. To battle. Death comes silently.
I'm constantly low on mana.
Dangerous, but it can be.
That's good. Well done.
My bow is drawn.
You need to get a.
Ouch. I'll be okay.
My sentence.
MK's here.
No.
You gotta
Yeah, that's good.
talking about you. You should
So
get
be
one too.
it.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Oh boy.
Dire's
I
structures
shall
are
lift
fortified.
my enemies.
Oh, if only I had a stun too.
Forward.
The enemy's middle tower
I'm okay, man. He doesn't have stun.
MK mid, careful.
Bite frost.
Honestly, is that a potential kill?
Silent as mist.
I have swap.
Very well. Feel my cold embrace.
Oh, you do get it. That's sweet.
I'll cut a notch with
Awesome.
your name on it. Yes. To battle.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm top. Fight, 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 fight.
I'll take that.
I'm trying to swap. Oh, fuck.
Take this tower.
Okay.
Way ahead of you.
Oh,
Your middle tower is under attack.
Feel the bite of frost.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I go and
MK's coming. Lion's on the way.
Tower has fallen.
Well done.
feel my cold embrace.
I think you can W and swap, can't you?
MK lurking.
My bow is drawn.
Fuck.
Let me buy it.
But that's true. I probably can. If I'm quick.
Yeah.
Forward.
All right, let's protect bottom then.
Yeah. Push bottom. Push bottom.
Good enough. I shall nip my enemies.
Morning, Alex. Hello, Tundra. Are you supposed to be
Holy
doing your
shit.
homework?
Dude, DK man, what the fuck?
Scientists
What do you want me to do, man? You can't stand in the...
I thought we were gonna kill him.
How do you kill him? Tell me. Do you have vision?
No, but I figured. I honestly thought he would run.
Hey,
He got him
man.
behind you, by the way.
arrow.
Even if I stun him, what's the point? Okay, yeah, I'll stun him, and then I gotta run out of the sandstorm because we can't do shit to him. That's how it works.
Hey, you kill him with the power of friendship.
My favorite color.
Exactly. You gotta believe.
Your fate is sealed.
I'm a realist, sir. Sorry.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Shadowblade.
We can't push this until we get a 10-2. Sorry.
Feel the frost.
Sandstorm.
How's that provision, bitch? They're pushing mid.
Very well.
Monkey King's heading bottom.
MK moving bottom.
I'm keeping bottom right now.
There's a lot of people bottom now.
There we go.
That is my call.
What? How is that still inside?
My sentiments as well.
Good
I
job,
thought
bro.
they warned me not to speak with rangers.
I'm entirely fucked.
Yes.
I'm here, I'm here, I'm
Your
here.
top tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Well done.
Arrows back.
Your
And
top
that
tower
was my
has
fault.
fallen.
Line use finger in.
Yep, on me.
Arrows fly.
Good. Nothing of value was lost.
Your top tower is under attack.
Good
Thanks.
enough.
Just fucking with you, buddy.
He is correct.
Dire's structures are
Agreed.
fortified.
Oh gosh. Well, I am
Kinda low.
after all the.
Very well.
I'm just straight up just gonna get this morbid mask.
Into the
Alright, I'm
fray.
leaving bottom lane.
Way ahead of you. I go in silence.
Well, it's either you or Venge, and
Onward.
Venge
I
doesn't have a
can't
cube.
get it.
Nah, you're not. I don't think you should get it. You should get like Force Staff
Yeah,
or
you're not
Vlad's
good
or
carrier.
Solar
So be
Crest.
it.
Yeah, I need some sort of escape.
Can this be?
You just go ahead, man.
Yo, there's so many there,
Yeah, just
guys.
leave bottom lane. Leave bottom lane.
No epicenter though. Hey Pax, glad you're enjoying the
You can kill
stream,
that
man.
guy. Something like that.
Let her live, please. Let her live.
Let her live. Find her, find her, find her. Oh gosh. What do you mean let her live?
I'm just fucking with you, man.
What's this?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Ah, he's gone. She's gone, man.
Oh my fucking god!
My bow is
I figured like, oh, do you have something that you like? And the first thought was Lion Ultimate, but Lion's on their team, so that'd be strange.
Did you know that you're very easy to fuck with?
silent as mist.
Yes.
Well, I'm a bit on the edge right now. I'm sorry.
It's okay, man.
My bow is drawn.
Greetings, my friend.
Come on, DK, come kill this PA.
Silent as mist.
Oh, he's over here now.
So be it.
Yeah, Arrington 20.
Bite frost. You die alone. Yes.
Oh man. On my way. Not worth it.
To battle. I'll take that.
Stupendous!
Holy shit.
Very well.
Thank you. Cost me a charge, but I lived. Sorry.
Bump, 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 bump.
Onward.
Bup, 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 bup. Okay. Okay.
Arrow fly. I am concealed. Way ahead of you.
Hey Storm, I need you to come here.
Forward.
Oh, looks like they're on the. Oh, fuck me.
Bite frost.
I need help.
On my way.
Tank it, motherfucker!
I
Tank it.
shall nip my enemies.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
We'll put that down. Oh,
Fallen into the raid.
Create space, whatever. I took a tower, created space.
My sentiments as well. Arrow, find your target.
hold on. I don't particularly like his ultimate.
Ah, it's good. Good swap.
Oh, thank you.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Wow, that worked out. Good job, guys.
Good job.
Your bottom
building
tower
tanky,
is under
guys.
attack.
Yo, keep pushing. I don't know if they have buyback. If they don't, if one of them buybacks, then we back. But otherwise, keep pushing.
That was my thought.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack.
I do not have swap at the moment.
That's fine.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Looks like they don't have buyback. Take the melee rack, thanks.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Can we get back, Liz? Can we get back? This is not a fight we want to take anymore.
Yeah,
Thanks.
let's be happy with that.
Get bottom trend. Get bottom.
Yeah, sounds like it.
I'm okay with that.
My
Deal.
sentiments as well.
Don't group up. Alex might blink in this time. Don't group up.
Back.
Shrine has fallen.
They're ancient.
Four.
Oh,
That's no, that's dangerous to take that stack. Now it's not.
Good enough.
Arrow, fly.
Push bottom now.
Battle.
Oh, that was good.
Agreed.
What the?
Death comes silently.
We need
Feel
sentries
my
and we.
cold embrace.
I got some words on the courier, but someone took it.
My bow is drawn.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Onward.
Invisibility.
Silent as mist.
Get warded here. How the fuck did I get stunned by that?
Sucker.
Well done. Come on. Nice.
Dire structures.
Honestly, not a very good trade.
I need this next wave. I need this next wave, okay? I need this next wave.
Oh, I'm still alive.
And his name is John C.
Yeah, kind of. Thank you.
You're still getting the buff.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Taking them down.
Actually, you know what? This is not a good fight anymore. We can take top, but they can kill us.
We got the wreck. No need to push it.
Yeah.
Silent as mist.
We keep doing this and we win.
Good enough.
Honestly, what stops it? We should take the shrine, and then I'd say we can probably just continue pushing.
Yep.
We win a fight.
Way ahead of you.
Generation.
Oh shit, my bad, dude.
Roshan's not up.
I don't even need the fucking reason if I could just let them have it.
Why Silver Edge? You know why we buy Silver Edge? To kill the alchemist. Oh. Did anybody get that reference?
I hate my life.
There's all that crazy stuff in here.
Feel my cold embrace.
Sorry?
Roshan's definitely not up.
So be it.
Just I don't know if we should farm. We can give Al.
Okay, I'll explain the joke, the reference. The other day, some fucking. Let's not talk about his MMR, but I'll say this: some guy who's much lower in MMR than me, he comes in here and he's like, "Blue Span, you should buy Silver Edge to kill the alchemist," and then we kind of question him. We're like,
My bow
Silver
is
Edge
drawn.
for what? What passives does Alchemist have that you would want to disable to kill him?
To battle.
and he couldn't explain it because he has no rationale. Right? It was pretty funny.
Onward.
Okay, alright, butterflies. Game's over. GG. We can push.
We just pushed.
But yeah, in this game, Silver Edge for the Monkey King and the PA.
We have a lot of evasion.
Is that real? Not real.
Agreed.
Those fuckers.
Yeah, I got disabled previous screen.
Ah, he blinked. Fuck.
Find your target.
Dang it.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
They're not even trying.
They can't do anything.
Thanks, Junizel.
No.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. You now have mega.
Yep, it was a hard game. That's right, Derek. I like this too.
Sentiments as well.
Well, thanks for the game, lads.
You're welcome.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Arrow fly.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Hi, Taruna.
Victory!
Hello, Blend. Oh man, I wanted to random that game, but actually I did random. I random Vengeful Spirit, and I really did not want to play Vengeful Spirit, but somehow Purple just demanded that I give him Vengeful Spirit. I'm like, okay, man, you want to random for me? Random the next hero for me? He's like, come on, dude, this is ranked game. So I was like, yeah, okay, give me Naga. And then he's like, okay, I'm gonna wait to pick Naga. And then the draft started revealing itself, and then okay, Naga's not a good pick anymore. 12, I know you would love Zhao. I know you like that shit. Oh. What did you do with the auto casting on Frost Arrows? Okay, Pradwell, I will explain it to you. So, actually the auto cast for Drow is a pretty important button.
Beware the bite of frost.
Hey Pax, I have not seen Game of Thrones, but I really need
That is
to.
my thought.
So, I mean, normally if you want to auto cast, if you want to auto cast frost arrows, right? You have to right click it, right? So now I auto cast, right? But if you send a hotkey to turning the auto cast on and off, you can switch between casting it automatically and not. So I mean, it's essentially. I mean, there's several things that you can do with frost arrows, right? First of all, the most obvious one is that you could kill heroes with frost arrows. But you could also jungle with it.
Fate is sealed.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes I just, when I'm jungling, I just attack the creep that's in front with frost arrows, and then all the creeps behind him run really slowly because it's being body blocked by the creeps.
My
So.
sentiments as well.
Pretty important button for Drow.
Let the battle begin.
Ugh. Ignore what happened just now. Alright, where are we? Range squad, best epic. Glad you liked the draft. Yeah, Drow's pretty strong. Glad you like the Silver Edge. Yeah, I was thinking like, I can either go Silver Edge to counter PA and or Monkey King Bar. And I thought to myself, well, this PA doesn't even have farm. He doesn't even... Actually, Monkey King Bar is the better counter to PA. But Silver Edge is pretty decent too, and I just knew that I didn't need to buy Monkey King Bar. The game would be over before I can even buy it, so I already had Shadow Blade, so then I just bought Silver Edge. Silver Edge really fucks PA though until she gets BKB, because you have to think when you hit PA with Silver Edge, she does not have Blur and crit. She doesn't have Blur or crit. Then so then she just has this really shitty dagger and a really shitty Phantom Strike, right? That was an easy game, man. GG. Where are we? Thanks, Korean guy. You're welcome. You're like a Rasta king? I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean. Hi, Edwin. Hi, February. I don't know if it's just meta or not. Hi, Rio. My day's going alright. How's yours? Glad you were there for that. Thanks for coming, February. Hope you're enjoying your stay here. Oh yeah, points? Any other points? Here, have some points. And I am going to give you guys 10 minutes to bet on this next game. Oh.
My bow is drawn.
Rasta King is a snake king, a strong person in Amazonia. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for the compliment. Am I just playing ranked games today?
Your turn to battle.
I mostly play ranked games. Why do you ask, Gaben? Would you like to join?
5 seconds remaining.
Mark Wharton.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Random all day. I like this. Dude, we just random 2 essential cores.
Be a man. Do the right thing.
Tinker should. How do you climb MMR? You win games. Is it possible to scold someone that buy rapier as their first item, as opposed to second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh? Good job, Len. Get those attention seekers out of here.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Michi, what you said doesn't really make sense. Also, you have grammar problems. Well, I can either off lane or I can safe lane. Up to the draft. Yes, Alex Foster.
Your turn to pick.
In a men's bathroom on the swimming pool. Like, it's on the swimming pool in the men's bathroom. Taking a shower on the pool. On the pool. Yeah, he's probably like 14. Wouldn't surprise me. You are not wearing pink underwear right now. Are you? Are you wearing pink underwear? Because if you are, that would be a little gay, and there's nothing wrong with that. Could you please tell me any random hero blue? Meepo.
The siege shall be soon. Please.
Prepare for battle.
Oh yeah, eat in the
Sorry, Sam, you probably said a blacklisted word. Okay, man. Oh, you know what? Spectre's down here.
30 seconds to
Spectre's down
battle.
here. That's interesting that they lane swapped. That's a good question.
Got it.
I could switch.
What's that you say?
The battle begins.
Do not.
Oh, look at it go!
No foe shall stand against my mission. Done.
Where'd my fucking witch doctor go? Jesus.
Done.
Nah, he's probably gonna get his ass kicked down here.
Aye. Here. Back off! Yes. Denied! With speed.
I'm fucking dead. Oh, maybe not. Regen.
You stray too far.
Thanks, line.
Attack! Patience. Nature's chosen. Attack!
Can you pull witch doctor?
Yes. Your time is short.
Okay, am I pulling? Okay, this guy has listening comprehension problems.
Yes.
Oh man, I fucked that up, dude.
Red.
It's better if we pull so that we can deny their experience.
Yes.
illusion.
I don't know, I think this guy doesn't listen to me.
Now.
Yeah, but I mean, even if
Aye.
we don't have a lot of creeps, we can do that.
Yes. Time. Done. Yes. Taste this shot.
Here.
Reveal to first blood.
Hey, witch doctor, wait, I need you to bring me tangos. Okay, wait.
Come here.
2 items, okay? 2 items. Cheat. Motherfucker.
Done.
Thanks.
How now? No, 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 no.
Under attack! Ye stray Kirtha! A measured.
What a fucking cunt.
Bark off!
Look at it go.
Yes. Got it.
Thanks. Holy shit.
The top's going well.
That's good.
Your liver and lights.
I guess I should get Spirit Link.
Here
Costly.
so be it. Hungry. Taste this shot. Yes. Come here!
Fuck you, Carl, you fucking shit.
With speed. I. I'll go there. Please.
And I did.
My venom sacks.
Attack!
Going for my graveside, sir.
Nice job.
Strong as a bitch.
Not for whom the spell does.
Minerals. Nothing more. Osiris. Your time is short. Do not dare.
Oh shit, man, I had to sell off my bed.
My hands are tied. The seed of
Spec is level 6.
still safe.
Okay.
Patience. How about I do it? Does it help? Attack! Worthy. Aye. Ha ha.
Sure, you can cut.
Forward. Come here! Yes.
Oh shit. Sorry, I didn't see silencer there.
I know the place.
Your top tower is under attack.
Return to the earth. Attack! Look at it, trespasser! Back off! And make a do not dare! Go! Now, you know loneliness. I see. Yes. To hear.
How is that so
Your
funny?
middle
Like, you see
tower
this
is
guy's
under
joke?
attack.
How's that funny at all?
Done. Now. Yes.
Can bears not collect this kind of stuff anymore? Huh. Okay. So I paid 110 gold, got HP, and
Your
secured
bottom
the kill
tower is under attack.
on you. But you don't think that's a bad play? That's a good play?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oops, what's that mean?
Go ahead, Venomancer. Go ahead.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
That's what I fucking thought.
Dire's structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
You say.
Chopper's waiting. One, two, three, three.
Your bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's top tower has fallen.
I see.
What?
You, thanks for subscribing.
Aye. What's that you say? So be it. Taste this shot. Done.
Yeah, we might lose this game. I'm not sure, guys, but depends on how Tinker
Bottom
does.
tower is under attack.
How is Spec level 9 and 1-0? I didn't give him a lane.
That's a good question, man. Well, I mean, he got experience for sure. We know that, right?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
May as well push.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hi, Lagger. Anyone else lagging on stream?
Yes.
Gonna get some HP real quick. Or not.
Yes.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yes.
Hi, Voltric.
Your top tower is under attack.
$23 stacks and it's doing nothing for me.
Oh man, my lone druid sucks dick.
Who's laughing now?
We just need Tinker to come online, I think. He's got boots to travel now.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I gotta think about what item I'm gonna buy.
I know the place. Yes. Such a short life. Done.
Man, I didn't really want to be over here. Look at the Tinker, you know?
Attack! Yes. Yes. I'm under attack. Patience.
Did I say something to you, Pudge? What's wrong with that guy?
There's more of my power needed. Back off!
I don't want to chase that.
That's fine.
I'll go there.
There is no relationship between MMR and maturity, okay, guys?
Come here.
Hi, Haku.
Yes. Aye.
Alright, Lion, can we kill this guy? Alright, Lion Witch Doctor? Maybe... think Witch Doctor have higher range? Go.
Oh, look at it go! I can't still run with these kids. Yes. Do not dare.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Attack! Done.
Alright, what's the plan, Chief?
Invisibility.
This they might all be around here, so be careful. Fucking confused what's going on. Yeah, we have to fight around Tinker, guys.
It's the Venom damage.
I know the place. Come here.
Man, these guys really like bottom, huh? Can we get these runes, guys?
What's that you say? Coin of the realm.
Here. Oh, dude, this Venomaster, he just all chats all day.
Yes,
I don't understand what's so funny.
with speed. To heal.
Hey Colin, I'm gonna ban you real soon. Unless you act like a good boy, okay? Thanks, man.
What's that?
Archie, run from what?
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yes.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
They see me mid, care?
Fuck, that's so annoying. They keep pushing me back into it.
It's under attack.
Okay, you know what, guys? I think we have to play
Yes.
the cat and mouse game. Like, we have Tinker's mobility. I think we lose every team fight. Yeah, we lose every team fight, so when we see them in groups of 3 or less, those are the fights we want to take.
So be it. Nothing more. Taste this shot.
They go through me like I'm nothing.
Yeah, I think you just need to take it easy. You don't have to defend towers too much. Let that be Tinker's primary job. I think you can go top and Tinker can stay mid-bottom, kind of a thing.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Like, for them to kill Tinker, they have to expend Han and Global, I think. And then if they do that, then we kind of win. Okay, like right now they're split. Like this, Spectre's top. It's just Pudge Veno down here. I mean, not that I'm saying that we have to fight bottom right now, but this is the kind of fight that we want to take.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I know the place. Attack! See. Attack! A measured pace.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Wow, that's good.
Done. Patience. Come here.
Your top tower is under attack.
I'm okay with that.
Hey, look who followed me.
That's okay. You take your time and farm. You don't have to fight them.
Your top tower is under attack.
You know, there are no backseat gaming rules in this stream chat, right?
Your top tower is under attack. Your
25-minute runes are up.
tower has fallen.
So that the world might be
Oh, they didn't grab this?
Take that.
to hear.
I thought it was gone too.
Yes. Your time is short. Done.
Is that where you think they are?
Attack! Well, now. I'll go there. My favorite hyperstorm.
What a fucking meal recipe, dude.
I think they smoked or something.
With speed.
Oh, yeah, I don't know what they're doing.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Caudle uses ult. They don't have Haunt right now. Like, this is actually a good fight.
Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, you know, I think he probably just got Haunt. That's my bad. He had it the whole time. Feels like he used it earlier.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
I got this spot. I don't like it when cores waste time in the same area.
Attack! Your time is short.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
I'm coming, Teresa.
Done. Got it. Whose house?
Holy fuck, man. Maybe we're just too far behind now.
Nothing touches the heart like my venom.
Perhaps the comment you made about LOL toxicity on Smurf. Kind of annoying, Arjan.
How do you think I'm so fat?
Like, what's so funny about that?
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
I don't know. We don't know if you're talking shit or not, Arjan, but it kind of sounds like you are. So, once again.
Your top tower is under
Man,
attack.
my lone druid sucks dick. Silence just farm. He's farming well.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Your time is short. You serve your purpose. What's that you say?
Spectre's going Radiance next. Coming. Good job. Is Manmancer here too?
Under attack! Barco!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Arjan, I don't even know what you're talking about, man. Your grammar makes it hard to understand. If a man is toxic, you call him, oh, wow, what a player. He makes good comments. Wait, what does that even mean? I have no idea what that means, man. But anyways, man, I don't know why you think that you have power here. They have vision up here somewhere.
Aye.
Thanks, Rochelle.
Your middle tower has been denied.
Kara.
Here. To here.
Hey, Rochelle, try not to beg for too much attention, okay?
More.
I already said hello to you. No late game? Our team doesn't have late game? We have Tinker, dude.
Your top tower has fallen.
I don't know why everyone, like, when they see Spectre on the enemy team, they just start shitting their pants and they just start telling me, oh, you have no late game or something like that. Hey, RJ, I don't know why you're being such a piece of shit today, man. What's wrong with you? And why do you think that anyone cares what you think? Why do you think that you're so important, man? What the fuck's wrong with you? Sometimes you cannot make certain comments. You respect the rules. You don't know how that works. So that's why you don't know how to make friends. Jesus Christ. The next David.
May as well.
Got tanky yet? Oh man. Anyways, RJ, I'm sure you're still watching the stream, right? Do you see how everyone in the chat thinks you're a fucking idiot? But you can go ahead and tell yourself, no, they're all wrong. I'm right. No, man. You're just acting like a piece of shit. That's all it is, man. So what? Yeah, I said Spectre, so what?
Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
As a general rule, I don't believe when people tell me it's their birthday, so stop begging for attention. Actually, here you guys go.
Your middle tower has fallen.
We're on the Aegis, right? Oh god, yeah, Aegis.
Smoke weed every day. Whoa, look at it go.
No, God! No, God, please, no! No! No!
I don't have Bear now. Well, most of my items are non-Bear anyways. Nice try, guys. Yeah, we don't have the farm to beat them.
Your top tower has fallen.
I don't really know what happened this game, not gonna lie. But I do know that my Lone Druid sucks dick.
Your top barracks are under attack.
Timbersaw sucks dick too.
Your top barracks has fallen. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Are you trying to trash talk, man?
Your bottom tower.
Hey, Gaming Zone, man. Don't be a dick here, okay?
Your bottom tower.
GG, guys.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of clumsy with Lone Druid. Hello, Initial.
Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen.
Oh wait, I want this guy to explain it. Yeah, you said Spectre easy win. Okay, so when you say Spectre easy win, that means that Dire is so much better than Radiant, and I'm on the Radiant team. So you see how you just trash talk me and my team, and you're like, you're a dick. You see that, man? I didn't trash talk you. You trash talked me and my team first, and you're like, you're a dick. You see that shit, man? You fucking see that shit? That's called projecting, man. It's kind of like when a liar, you know, he often lies, right? And then the liar, funny enough, doesn't trust other people. I'm not lying, you're lying. That's exactly what you're doing. Isn't that funny, man? Thanks, Alex Foster. Yeah, I try to farm, but yeah, I don't know, I'm just not good at this hero. Sometimes I'm okay with the hero, but it's kind of hard low in Druid game. Yeah, it's a tough game, Steven. Good morning, Mode. Oh, did I just die again? I did.
Your ancient is under attack.
That was a practice shot.
Dire victory.
Defeated!
I quiver with anticipation.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I do know that we just... Yeah, Spectre got... How did Spectre get so much farm? Actually, in the first 10 minutes, our cores are doing well. So, actually, it's not the laning phase. Although our supports are really poor. Yeah, something happened here. Oh, you know what? I'm pretty sure we just kept taking bad fights. I would say that our team lineup is particularly not very good at team fights. So let's have a look. Oh yeah, I should probably report this Venomancer. This guy's really toxic, and he doesn't realize that he's toxic. Oh. Hey, Nicanor, next time you make a toxic comment, you're gonna get banned too. One sec. Ban this Venomancer. I'll explain to you guys why we lost. This guy's toxic. Just like his hero. Hey. Oh yeah, let's give some points. So yeah, so our lineup inherently is not that good at team fighting. Like Timbersaw can be, he's an okay team fighter. Tinker can be a good team fighter, but only in the late game when he has a lot of farm. Lone Druid's not particularly a good team fighter. Witch Doctor's an okay team fighter. Like actually, all of our heroes are just very, very okay at team fighting. Right? Like, we don't have, like, big ultimates like, you know, Ravage, Global Silence, you know? Whereas, if you look at the enemy team, 4 out of their 5 heroes are all about the big team fighting ultimates, right? Carl's got his Will-O-Wisp. They've got Haunt. Pudge is not a good team fighter, but he's the only hero on their team that's not a good team fighter. Venomancer is a great team fighter. He even has, like, a team fighting build, you know? He has Veil of Discord to amp his team's magical damage and his magical damage. He got Greaves, he got Spirit Vessel, he got the Eggs to empower his ultimate. Silencer is a good team fighter with his global. So actually, I would say that we kept trying to push towers that we should not be pushing. I think our draft relies on the power of the Tinker. Like, he's actually the superstar of this game. But the thing is, we kept trying to force team fights. So that's why I kind of started saying, like, okay guys, we can't really take team fights, you know, like every time we take a team fight we lose. We just don't have the hero capabilities of doing it. So what we should have done is we should have had Timbersaw. Timbersaw should have played one lane, and the Tinker should have played the other 2 lanes. And I rotate between the lanes the Tinker's not playing and the jungle. Actually, yeah, no. Let's put it like this way. Timbersaw should have had his own lane. Oh, I gotta warn this guy. No toxicity. Understood? Fucking warn this guy. I don't think he said anything earlier. Yeah, anyway, so I should have had my own lane. Timbersaw should have had his own lane, and we should have dodged him when possible. Like, we actually need to split push really hard. So that when they split, that's when we want to take the fight. But unfortunately, we kept taking on like 4 versus 4s. And that's really bad to take 4 versus 4 against their draft, because they have 2 global ultimates. So then it quickly becomes 5 versus 4 really quickly. But yeah, we have to split them up the best way we can. Oh well, new game. I'm gonna random again, guys. Yeah, this Timbersaw is really poor. Glad you like the analysis, Spydome. Understood or what? Okay, I'm gonna ban this kid. Do you think anyone's gonna miss you or anyone cares, man? Guys, Coddle was you? Hey, Ale, Raza, if that Coddle was you, can you commend me right now?
Smoke weed every day.
You missed his stupidity? What are you saying, Vineet? Oh, you're saying that gaming guy, right? Oh wait, actually, before I'm gonna unban you real quick. Okay, Vineet, I'm gonna unban him. All right, Gaming Zone community. Damn, man, you are gonna be the next PewDiePie. Holy fuck, man! 75 subscribers. Holy shit! Damn, man. Oh fuck! Oh, you play Dota 2? Oh fuck! Oh wait, it's not even Dota 2, and you called it Dota 2. Wow, that's clickbait, man. That's oh man, you're gonna be rich and famous, man. Your Gaming Zone channel is gonna be fucking awesome, man. Oh, I also see here. Oh, what's that? You're from Romania. Oh shit, dude. Why is it that so many guys from Romania are such fucking shit talkers? Seriously, consistently, man. 87 views, 75 subscribers. Oh, you know what that means? It's mostly your friends and your mommy who subscribed to you. Good job, man. Fucking pathetic. Fucking Romanians, right, Lulu? No, I can guarantee to you guys, he probably created like a Facebook group or like a Instagram group. I don't know what you young people do. They're like, hey guys, I'm making a YouTube channel. I'm gonna be a video game live streamer or something like that. Subscribe to my channel. So those subscribers that he has, it's his fucking mom and his dad. And his brother. Guaranteed.
Your turn to ban.
No, we have a lot of Romanians here. And a lot of Romanian guys trash talk. Straight up. Seriously, I have seen so many Romanian guys that talk in this stream and they trash talk. And if you don't believe me, ask Lulu Chan.
Your turn to pick.
She's Romanian. And she's a lot... She's my age. So we're older than you guys. So I'm telling you guys. Oh, I'm gonna random. So, Caudle, you're saying that you're Caudle, but you can't prove it? Hey Dragos, did I ever say that all Romanian guys trash talk? I never said that. If you thought that I said that, you should rewind it and listen to it again. Go ahead, guys. I'll wait. You guys can rewind it. But yeah, anyways, if you have a Romanian name, most of the time, Lulu Chan, she knows because she's Romanian. She knows what a Romanian name looks like. One of our other mods, Endless Dark, she's Romanian too.
Your turn to pick.
Caroline. I know, like a lot of Romanian people come into the stream. A lot of them, seriously. And just a very high percentage of them trash talk. It's actually quite surprising. Seriously, like just such a high percentage of them trash talk. And remember, I mean, it's just our experience in this stream. We're not saying as a fact Romanian guys are just douchebags. We're not saying that. Oh, hey, guys, look. The Caudle is on my... The Caudle said he closed his game, right? That's what he said, right? Do you remember? But here he is again. But he said he closed his game and he couldn't commend me. But here he is. Huh. Did you guys see him commend me earlier? Hey man, I see you're in this game.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god. Stop fucking lying.
Hey Caudle. Hey, look, let's try to have a conversation with you, Ale. Because that's you, right, Ale? He didn't commend. Oh, okay, that's funny. That's really funny that you said that you were the Caudle and that you were watching the stream. I asked you to commend me immediately after the game. You said, "Oh, sorry, bro, I can't do it because I just closed down the game." But here you are, and look, I'm trying to have a conversation with you in the game, and you're not saying anything. No, he said something. Should we ask if it's Ale? Should we? Jesus fucking you kids, man. You do anything for a little bit of attention, huh? Come on, guys. If you want a little bit of attention, just act like a normal, functioning person. Just like, hi, Bluespan. How's it going? How's your day? Really like how you play Drow Ranger, Bluespan. Just say fucking normal shit. Same thing with hitting on girls. If you want a girlfriend? Just say that. You don't have to be like, hey, baby. Oh, you're as beautiful as the stars at night in the skies of Romania. You don't have to say that kind of shit. Hi, Mr. Snow. My day is fantastic. How's your day going? Look, see? I replied to his comment. Like a normal person. Am I going off lane? I'm okay with off lane. Do I want to be your babe, Dragos? I don't know, man. Romanian guys? I don't know, man. I have a bad experience with them. I've got a bad experience. I've been hurt before. I don't know if I can do it again. Hey, you mind not breaking chat rules today, Joshua?
Drow Ranger. Attack.
It's in the bag.
Prepare for battle.
My friends.
Hi, Hardy. Welcome back.
This one is in the bag.
Hi, Andrew.
Quiver.
Where's that alley guy? Hey, man.
I go in silence.
Man, we shit on a lot of people, huh? Oh, look. So this Cardle says, I'll probably end up coming top, depending on what lanes are. Troll, do you think you can handle solo lane? He's talking almost as if he doesn't even know that I'm streaming on YouTube. It's almost like he's not the same person. Yeah, man, your social skills are so bad, so I need you to stop. Seriously, Joshua. Yeah, no, I don't even remember what you said yesterday, but it was actually really, really stupid if I remember correctly.
Very well.
All you trolls, pay attention when I
Hey James, I haven't seen the latest season of Game of Thrones. There you go.
Good enough.
The battle begins.
I've waited for this moment.
Thanks, Lulu.
Onward.
th subscriber. You know, I can check the subscriber order, right? I don't think you've been subscribed that long, man.
Agreed. Way ahead of you. Arrow, find your target.
Yo, he's gonna throw you. No, don't do.
Battle. Arrow, fly.
What the fuck, that hook, dude?
My bow. Good enough.
That fucking hook is so optimistic. I'm gonna watch this, guys. I'm gonna get this. Oh, Cardle's taking my farm.
Yes.
Hi Uda. Hi Jody. Glad you like how I play this hero, Janizal.
Very well.
Oh my god, he missed the Ursa, but gets the tiny.
Onward.
Oh dude, I stopped for a second to right click a creep.
Silent as mist. Way ahead of you.
Oh my god.
Mutton nine. Every little bit counts.
What is this monkey business?
To battle.
This game's so monkey business. Denied.
I go in silence. My sentiments as well. Rangers for candy. So be it. Forward.
So we actually have Lion Core. That's interesting to me.
I'll cut a knot with your name on it. Feel my cold embrace. Onward. Forward. Yes.
Nah! Good job, buddy.
See your liver.
Good enough.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I go in silence. Agreed. So be it. My sentiments as well.
Nah! What a sucker.
Into the fray.
What fucking items, dude?
That was my thought. To battle.
Dude, their line is fucked.
Feel the frost.
Runes?
White frost. Very well. Silent as mist. That was my thought. Arrow fly. So be it. To battle. My sentiments as well. I shall meet my enemies. Agreed. Feel the bite of frost. My time has come. Yes. Forward.
High music noise.
I need one.
Go in silence.
Sorry, Pudge. I should have silenced earlier.
Silent as mist. I'm under attack. My bow is drawn. Not enough money.
Where's Pudge? Why is Pudge so scared, dude? What are you scared of, Pudge? You have most HP, man. Shrine, let's try, let's try.
Forward. I go in silence. Onward. Silent as
God, you guys like to play. That's pretty good, huh? Shit.
Yes. To battle. Way ahead of you. Into the fray. Attack. Agreed.
Oh man, we're screwing each other.
Bite.
Not in the good way.
Denied.
Come on, Pudge. It's okay, man.
Quiver. My sentiments as well. Feel my
Pudge is middle now.
embrace.
You want some farm? You want farm? You want farm? Go ahead. Go ahead. You think I'm scared of you? I'm a little bit scared. Just a little bit.
So be it. Death comes silently. That was my thought. Good enough.
Jose, we have the same keyboard? Nice, man. How do you like it?
Well.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, I have Juan, dude. Oh, man.
Go help out like taking so long.
This guy's definitely Chinese. Hey, Coddle, you can have top if you want. I can jungle.
Yes. Silent as mist. My sentiments as well.
Wow.
I'll cut a notch with your name on it. I go in silence. Way ahead of you. Arrow, fly.
Dire structures are fortified.
Hey, Christo, if you spam again, I'm gonna ban you.
Are fortified.
Understand?
Find your target.
English only. If you speak not English again, I'm gonna ban you.
So be it.
Jesus, seriously?
Your middle tower is under attack.
That was my thought.
Oh shit. Oh no, oh, shit. Yeah, I wasn't sure if that power shot was friendly or not.
Good enough. Tastes so sweet. My bow is drawn. Forward. There are some things you ain't meant to see, such as tomorrow. Onward.
Pudge is asleep. Hey, Pudge. Stop sleeping.
Feel the force.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Way ahead of you.
Yeah, I'm coming, line. I'm coming.
To battle.
Coddle TP'd. That's how you got there. I came, Coddle came. How many do you want? Nah, he's just whining.
Your fate is sealed. I shall meet my enemies. I know I should respect the dead.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
My enemies.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Man, courier keeps being used, huh? Oh shit. Why not wait, fag? This is the kind of guy who doesn't think that he's toxic. I tell you, he's toxic.
I go in silence.
Oh shit.
Good enough.
Hey Lion, have you ever considered being nicer to your teammates? Just a little bit, you know?
Forward. Death comes silently. Attack. Feel my cold embrace. Quiver.
Okay, I'll take top.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Agreed.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Fair trade. So be it. That was my thought.
They are around here somewhere. Oh, Slark's here. Maybe I can kill Slark.
Onward.
Come on, use your death pack. Use your death pack. Why do you not use your death pack, bro? Oh my god! I'm so greedy. I tried to click twice before silence, but just once next time. Okay, thanks.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I was too greedy, man. Too greedy.
Uh-huh. Very well.
Hey, Cương. Tại sao mày mắc giải quá vậy? Hả?
Silent as mist.
Come on, man. What the fuck?
Onward. I go in silence. My bow is drawn. My sentiments as well. To battle.
Seriously, first hit bash? Wow. Just wow, man. Like, this is one in what? One in, not even 1 in 4. It's like 1 in 4.5 or something like that. And he passed me first hit. Amazing. Sarab, everything in Dota 2 is situational.
What's this? Very well.
Seriously, 18-minute blink dagger?
Good enough.
Your middle tower is under attack. Silent as a mist.
Okay. Oh shit.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
The lanes are lined.
Your top tower is under attack.
Into the fray.
Your top tower is under attack.
Way ahead. That was my thought.
Your top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Your fate is sealed.
Your top tower has been denied.
Pride of the Drow.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Oh. Chrono's down. I'm going to the bathroom real quick, guys.
Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Wow.
That was just a roll.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Good enough.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Arrow fly.
You know what? If I had my wand in my inventory, that last fight was void.
That was my thought.
Maybe I can kill him. Hi, Lulu. Thanks. Hello,
Agreed.
Dota 2.
So be it.
Tiny's mid, troll. Tiny mid.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Silent as a mist.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is down.
Oh my god.
My bow is drawn.
Holy fuck, what is this guy doing?
I'll cut a notch with your name on it.
Damn.
Stand and deliver. Feel the frost. Way ahead of you. Bite frost. Onward. Death comes silently.
This guy doesn't have mana. You gotta suck him.
I go in silence.
Hey, my item?
My
Okay, I did.
sentiments as well. Forward.
Why do I always silence so late, man?
Quiver. Its life is all a gift.
Oh. Yeah, no, you know, it's like using BKB. You try to use BKB at the last second, and you just fuck it up.
Your top tower is under attack.
No matter. As was promised.
Your top tower is under attack.
Very well.
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Feel my cold embrace. I shall nip my enemies. To battle.
Money changes hands.
Dire structures are fortified.
Target.
Finders keepers.
Attack. The secrets of the wood are mine. Yes. Your fate is sealed. That was my thought. So be it.
Lion, can you do Roshan with me?
Forward.
If it's up.
I'll cut a knot with your maiden.
Oh, is it cheese here? Take the cheese? There's cheese?
Onward. Yes.
Let's go.
Alright. Thank you.
Into the fray. Good enough. Arrow fly. My bow is drawn. Silent as mist. Agreed.
Just stay behind. Let them come to me first.
My sentiments as well. To battle.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Way ahead of you. Uh-huh.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Bite frost.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Very well.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, I have Hurricane Pike that I can use.
This is Sparta!
Oh fuck, I can't sell this. I really didn't need this quarterstaff. Fuck. Yeah, to be honest with you, I wasn't sure if we should take this push, and actually my instincts told me that we shouldn't take this push. And I didn't listen to it. Actually, how many buybacks did they use? Ursa bought back? Light blue bought back? Light blue's Chrono Void, huh? Yeah, so maybe that wasn't too bad. Yeah, it was too bad. What the fuck, man? Just hex him, dude.
Your middle tower is under attack. So be it. Agreed. Your middle tower is under attack. I'll take that. Uh-huh.
Death to all betrayers.
My sentiments as well. Good enough. Yes. Arrow, fly.
We're in neutral.
Into the fray.
Coming.
Yo, look at the line, Pudge.
I shall nip forward.
They don't have buyback, so just push.
Onward.
I need mana.
Arrow, fly.
Just push.
Caroline.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Let's go top.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
What the fuck?
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Death.
お前はもう死んでいる。何?
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
He has Chrono.
Try and
The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
I got the gem back. Pudge, give me the cheese. Pudge, give me the cheese.
Hey, Pudge, don't get chronoed, okay?
And I got the cheese? What is going on? Like,
maybe he muted you for being toxic.
Attack.
Can we get back? Let's get back, okay? I don't think we can throw him. Back, please. Back, please.
Go.
Let me get my arrows back. And then you can...
Back for what? You couldn't do anything.
I love how you say that after he fucked up the chrono. You think you're so fucking smart? These fucking kind of guys, you know? Oh, Andreas, hello.
Find your target.
God, dude.
cut a knot with your name on it.
Hey, I'm gonna.
I go in silence.
I was gonna say I'm gonna buy a butterfly real quick.
Bullseye.
He's career, I guess.
See? They can't do anything.
Battle. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. My bow. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Good enough. Yes. Onward.
Enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
What the fuck, man? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Forward. Another triumph.
Yeah, Vinny is definitely the king of sound effects. Yeah, I don't know, man. Their laning phase was... Oh, man. GG, guys. There you go, man. That's how you make friends. This guy's very first comment was, ha 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 ha, GG noob, or something like that. That's what he said. And I told him not to be toxic. Was there a bet for this game? I can't remember. Okay, you know what? Tell you what. I'm gonna make a. I am going to. Oh shit! I was gonna say I was gonna do a hero poll, but we have another game. What's my opinion on Ice Frog? I think he's doing a fantastic job.
Your turn to battle.
Gonna random.
5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Well, this is at least an interesting hero. I wanted a flashier hero, and she's pretty flashy, but she's not like Rampage flashy. But that's okay. Wow! But anyways, Ice Frog's doing a fine job, man. I mean, what else can you say? You have nothing to compare him to, right? As much as some people are like, oh, seriously, Ice Frog? This hero has this ability? Seriously? Brood Mother's a thing? Seriously, Tinker's a hero? Seriously, Techie's a hero? Eh. But I gotta tell you, those people are bitches. Oh, I gotta ban this guy. This guy's... Strike 2. Out of here.
Your turn.
But yeah, as much as some people disagree with certain items or certain heroes and their abilities, I gotta tell you, those people couldn't do a better job. Hey, Michu, you know why you got banned and you cannot talk in the stream anymore? Because you're a piece of shit.
Your turn to pick.
Anyways, let's read more of these comments. Yeah, I read what you wrote just now, Andres, and I hope you're doing alright. I really do. Your voice looks like PPD.
Smoke weed every day.
Hey, Franstim, I don't care about banning heroes in this bracket. Hi, Risky. How do you see a voice? Who's the most OP hero and who's most useless? I do not have an opinion on this. Because Dota 2 is so situational, you know? Ugh.
Your turn to pick.
Hi, Dija.
Your turn to pick.
Your specialist wanted to confirm that a renal cyst on your kidney is benign. Tests confirmed it being benign. That is fan-fucking-tastic, man. I am so happy for you, dude. Honestly. Do you have a hotkey set up for auto-attacking? No. Annual ultrasound. I see. Do you know Blitz Spanx? Yes. He's a mod in this room. Okay, we'll go with these items. Hey, and glad you like the stream. And yeah, we have a lot of Indian people here.
I almost feel sorry for
We have a lot of Indians here.
Almost.
Tons of brown everywhere. And there's nothing wrong with that.
I need to win today, alright?
No.
If I don't win, I'm gonna fucking commit suicide.
What is this guy talking
lost
about?
too many in a row.
What did he say? Does anybody know what he said? Don't play like shit then?
I'll try not to.
Let's see where the road takes us.
I don't know, man. I think you should play like shit.
Man, I'll just fucking kill myself. I don't give a fuck.
Whoa. Don't do that, man. You have so much to live for.
Give a fuck anymore, dude. I just don't.
I care about you. Don't do this.
Thanks, buddy.
You're welcome.
Let's go, Jix.
Let me know if you need to talk.
Fucking right now, boy.
Alright.
I'll prove.
Fuck, this is all the talk I need, man.
Alright, that's good. I'm glad to hear you're doing well.
30 seconds to battle.
This place was boring anyway. We're going on a little field trip, Jix.
I'm gonna grab their rune. Perhaps you could grab ours.
For sure, I can do that.
Don't worry, I got this, guys. Just joking, I have manners. Not all the time, but sometimes.
Careful. You got ours, okay. My lord, hey, I pray for you.
Oh, he got a rock.
Man, he fuck.
No time to dilly-dally. The sooner we're out of here, the better.
Sorry, bro.
Oh, fuck. Man, that just came up.
For the Bronze Legion.
Jax, what do you say we find who did that and rip their eyes out?
Good try.
Thank you.
You should run where you
Someone to lean.
Let's get moving.
Pudge, come back. Can you,
Never killed anyone. This'll be fun to watch. Can't stay here. The sooner we're out of here, the better. Can't stay in one place too long. Time to move. What are we waiting for? I'm going. Mischief awaits. My time has come. Let's see what we can take now. Let's find something to steal.
No, sorry. Oh.
Ugh. I'm gonna fucking run down mid and feed.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
I'm doing it.
Kill myself.
Let's
kill
fly.
myself.
No, don't do it. Okay, do it. Oh no, don't do it. Just do it.
No time to dilly-dally. Let's see where the road takes us. Time
Why
to
the
get into
fuck
trouble.
did only one creep follow?
I'm untouchable.
You know if he has his passive?
It does.
Okay.
Time to be trouble. You're on the clock, love. Moving. I'm gonna have fun with you.
Just missing. Pudge is missing.
Hey, I think you can continue pushing the lane and I'll pull.
Not so fast.
Can you get hit by one of those purple things, please? Thanks.
Time to get into trouble. Here we go.
I'll just back up.
I'll prove I'm the best. Moving. Time to move.
Job bottom.
The more power, the better. Let's see you try to escape. Let's go, Jax.
Hey, Elsie.
Come on, Jax. Give your
Oh, my bad,
chance
my
to get
bad.
it. That was bad.
Yeah, Elsie got skills too for me. I'm pretty happy with that.
Okay.
Do you want some items from base? Tangos?
Let's fly.
Like it's in the courier. Sorry.
You can give it to me. Put the items on me.
We're gonna make them hate us. Denied. What are we waiting
Pudge,
for?
please don't hook. Thanks. I'm a courier now.
We're going on a little field trip, Jax.
Runes? Get them runes?
Let's get moving.
Fuck you, Pudge. Hey, this guy's by himself. Pudge is gonna grab the other rune, so maybe this is our opportunity to kill him.
To go. Enjoy. I have you right
Oh my god.
I'm always on the move.
Wah wah.
Let's see where the road takes us. Time to be trouble. No time to dilly-dally.
Oh, and he's shrined.
I take what I want, and what I want now is your life. Mischief away. I'm going. You ready for shenanigans?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Can't stay here.
This shit hurts.
A little mischief never killed anyone.
Invisibility.
On my way. You're going to taste the sugar brand. This is where you die.
Fucking green boots. Oh, LC, you want some of this?
My time has come.
Hey, this LC, he doesn't have mana. Never mind.
Be patient. You want me? Come get me.
The fuck is Pudge?
Time to move.
Your middle tower is under attack.
No one can stop us.
Who can take the stack though? I'm stacking it for LC. Pudge.
Denied. No time to dilly-dally. Let's find something to steal.
Oh god, please just leave me alone.
Time isn't on your side. Time to get into trouble.
Mommy.
Let's get
Pudge
moving.
wants to kill me. What do I do?
I'm going.
Pudge missing, Pudge missing.
Okay.
It's mid. And Pudge is going towards mid too, so.
Let's see where the road takes us. You ready for shenanigans?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Spectre's doing really bad right now.
What are we waiting for?
Your middle
Top
tower
now.
is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
So be fun to watch.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Be top. Oh shit.
I'd run if I were you.
Here, I'm done. You don't have to chase
Your
me.
middle tower is under attack.
Man, I have no mana again. Fuck.
We're going on
My
a
man already.
field trip, Jix.
I hope they die. I hope they all die. Pudge die. Better match, I want you to be next. PL, I mean, LC. Somebody die!
Come on, Jix. Let's find something to
I have to
steal.
go bottom.
Minute bounties.
Let's fly.
Oh no. Oh
I'll
no.
prove I'm the best.
Oh, you have Echo Slam, I see.
I'm always on the move. So, bear in mind if I'm gone.
Bounties, guys. Try to get the ones bottom because they got top.
I can take care of myself.
Good job, man.
The Jasper Circle.
Watch out for
can get
Zeus ult
better.
too.
Time to get into trouble. Mine. Moving. think a little mischief's in order. Let's fly. You ready for shenanigans?
Oh, come on.
Mischief awaits. Let's see where the road takes us.
Your middle tower has been denied.
Time to be troubled.
Three men?
Here we go.
Guess I should have been top. Sorry, man.
No time to dilly-dally.
I killed Spectre just now, but it makes you feel any better.
Get ready for a surprise. You couldn't begin to understand the power I wield.
Oh my god. Oh god. I thought Morphling will do something. Actually, he does nothing.
Has been killed.
Oh no, they won't pull that off again. Let's go, Jix.
Your middle tower.
Link, nice. Yeah.
Let's get moving. Tack. Talk. Wait your turn, Jix. Round lost.
And Ranger's bottom.
Time to move.
Nice.
Let's stop some shenanigans, Jix. Can't stay here.
Fuck, I know hockey for this shit.
I'm going.
Is that a defensive hunt?
I'll prove I'm the best. You should have walked away. This one's mine, Jix. Stick around. On my way. Ha! A little mischief never killed anyone.
Legion has Blink Dagger, bro. What you saying?
What this isn't going to end
Yeah,
well.
no, he just tried to blink at me.
My time has come.
All good.
Come on, Jix.
And I just need to farm a little bit, man. I can't. Lane's pretty fucking.
He might dive me top.
Couple top. There's a couple top. There's a couple.
We don't have a button on here.
Coming.
He'd be over here.
Time to move.
Oh, he blinked out.
Let's see where the road takes us.
Oh, D is my Bedlam and R is my Terrorize. I got it mixed up.
Time to be troubled. I'm going.
Ranger's up here too.
Mischief awaits. No time to dilly-dally.
Sounds good, Alex Foster. Glad to have you here, man.
I'll prove I'm the best. Time to get into trouble.
Ruins. Get those ruins and dying.
Here we go. Enjoy. You know.
Your middle tower.
How's he so fast, man?
You good? Just gonna run?
Yeah, I'm good, man.
Let's fly. Oh, I love that sound. Let's find something to steal.
on Wind Ranger.
What are we waiting for? What? Not so fast. Moving. Can't stay here. To go.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, here, they're all here.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Goodbye, my friends.
We have revenge tonight.
Radiance?
What?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Vector's not even close to Radiance.
Don't worry about it.
In fact, he's going blade
Go
mail.
jungle, man. I can't do anything.
Alright, man, I can bait for you. Alright, how's that? Want me to bait? You want me
Yeah,
to
I
bait?
think we just I'll come.
Let's get out of here. Time to move. Go. Retreat. Let's fly.
Your top tower is under attack.
Ever killed anyone?
Dude, what the fuck, man? Careful, man. She might kill you. She might kill you.
Yeah, she might. Okay, she killed me. Sometimes I think this Morphling will do something, but this never
I'm gonna go
does.
bottom and farm, alright?
Okay.
My item, and then I can.
Alright.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I'm gonna TP to the Spectre in a sec. Okay, can you run a Spectre?
Your top tower is under attack.
This one's all you. A little mischief never killed anyone.
Your
Man,
top
I can't
tower is
curse
under
crown.
attack. Your top
Oh
tower
fuck!
has fallen.
Oh no, I
Man,
wanted
this-
to curse
yeah,
crown
my-
later.
Sorry.
See where the road
It's okay.
takes us.
We fucked that up.
My time has come.
Yeah, I wanted to curse crown last second,
Come on,
but
Jax.
didn't work. I always try to do things last second, but
This'll be
just
fun.
fuck it up.
Let's find something to steal. This'll be
I
fun.
think we can fight.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hey, help Morphling?
What are we waiting for?
Got Morphling with what?
I'll prove I'm the best.
Hi, Nick.
I need help. The ley line's cold. You're all dead. Let's go, Jax. Time to get into trouble. You're not going anywhere. I won't let you stop me. I have you right where I want you.
I don't know about this. I don't know if we can fight.
I think this is good. We already killed 2 of their cores.
On my way.
Come on. Get those creeps off of the fucking tower, Morphling.
No time to dilly-dally.
Your
Dilly dally.
top tower is under
Oh, I'm dead.
2-minute bounties.
We're going on a little field trip, Jax.
I'm not dead. I don't even have TP, dude.
Can't stay here. Time to be trouble.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Let's keep a lookout.
Oh, close.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Watch out, Wind Ranger has DD. Wind Ranger has DD.
Okay.
Fortified.
Blink Dagger, so
Your
he's.
bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Shenanigans. Run. This isn't going to end well for you. I'm going. No one hands me anything. I earned this. It's you or me. What are we waiting for?
Careful, bottom.
Bottom.
Jesus.
I can't.
Let's find something.
Literally can't. But she will fuck me up and kill me.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Ward here, I think.
Yeah.
Let's see where the road takes us.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'll prove my best.
Let's get
Let's go, Jix. Now you see, stick around. You're gonna love
Oh my god, man.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has
Up here.
fallen.
Helper shaker. Hop off the shrine for him if you can.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Man!
Jesus.
The world will remember the name Reska.
Your
Time
top
to be
tower is under attack.
To go.
Does Bramble Maze give vision, guys?
Your top tower is under attack.
Time to move.
Pick Andraju. First pick Dark Willow, man.
Let's
Your
fly.
top tower is under attack.
Escape.
Your top tower has fallen.
Come on, Jix. Mischief awaits.
Punch that blink dagger? Nope.
Moving.
Oh god, I'm dead.
How many blinks, man?
Ugh. This game's not going well for me. I've died 8 times. Oh, Helper Shaker. Oh yeah, that's great.
See where the road takes us. You'll see me again soon. Gotcha! No one can stop us.
Did I get a kill? No, I didn't get killed.
Let's find something to steal. I disappear.
Maybe not Chase. Maybe not Chase. We don't need it.
My time has come.
Don't.
Time isn't on your side. The sooner we're out of here, the better.
Okay, now I agree. I disagree with the chase. Oh shit. Please, this fucking bitch.
And we just... we didn't have to chase, man.
We don't have to do a lot of things. We've done a lot of shit. It's a good thing I'm on my Smurf and I don't give a shit.
Travels on Legion.
Ooh, a challenge. I like it. I'm always on the move. You ready for shenanigans? We're going on a little field trip, Jix. A little mischief never killed anyone.
Well, time to go feed for this rune.
On my way. Let's see you try to escape.
Please.
No time to
Oh
dilly-dally.
god.
You're in my domain.
Oh yeah. Ooh.
Let's get moving. Thanks for the cash. Wait your turn, Jix. I'm going.
Echo Slam?
Not so far. I'm
I
gonna
don't know
have
if we
fun.
can push, man. How are you there?
That is a great question.
You're mine. Yes. Here we go.
I think LC's gonna come. You got boots to travel.
Time to get into trouble. Don't take too much time. You should run while you can.
Alright, I'm fucking out of here now.
Let's see where the road takes us. Time to move.
Back. I'm going back.
Okay.
Let's find something to steal. I can take care of myself. You want me? Come get me. Let's get moving. Come on, Jix.
Are they doing Roche or what?
No, they're looking to kill me.
Time to be. Get to work, Jix. No time to delete. Let's get out of here. You're going to die slowly.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Getting out. I'm getting out.
LC's almost dead.
Getting out? I don't know.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hit!
Triple kill.
Your middle
Shit, just
We
ran,
lost, man.
I don't know.
We lost.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I don't think we have the farm. Pete.
Let's fly.
Fenrir is a very old mod,
Your
guys.
top tower is under
He's like a fucking mummy.
Dire's structures are fortified.
This'll be fun to watch. You're on borrowed time. Let's see where the road takes us. Move.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Dude,
Your
Didn't he
middle
random
tower
undying?
is under attack.
Let's go, Jix.
Your
Good
top
work.
shrine is under attack.
Mischief awaits.
Your top shrine has fallen.
Can't stay here. Mid is missing. Time to get into trouble.
Oh god, somebody died again.
I've been with you, man, but you've been caught out.
Let's find something to steal.
You
Just
got
keeps
caught out?
catching us out, man.
Sundying does have
A
10 deaths.
little mischief never killed
It's over, man. We shouldn't. Yeah, there's no point in getting angry at us, each other.
I don't know, I feel like getting angry.
My time has come. A surprise for you. Here we go.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
You ready for shenanigans?
I actually pressed. I didn't mean to press Bedlam for the record. Actually, I don't want to play this game anymore.
On my way. I'm always on the move.
Oh, are you implying that you
Come
want to
on,
smoke?
bro. You can't. Don't be doing that shit.
Yeah. Do you want to play Captain
is?
Hindsight? And you know, you could ask for a smoke anytime, right? So you're as equally part of the blame.
This isn't going to end well for you. I'll prove I'm the best.
Are you implying that you want to do a lobby game, Andrews? We could do that if you want.
Let's see where the road takes us. Let's fly.
You guys want to get angry? You wouldn't like me if I'm
We're
angry.
going on a little field trip, Jix. A gift from me to you.
Oh.
What are we waiting for?
This side.
Come on, guys. Let's not play Captain Hindsight. Thanks.
The same thing. You didn't use your stun because you were on the other side, man.
I don't know what to do, guys.
Time to get into
Yeah, I think I know it too. I think I AFK.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh no.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Stick around. Let's find something.
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
Come on. Let's see what we can take now. Oh. Time to move. I don't think so.
You die now. You die. You die to me. Hey, we kind of won that kind of fight. Oh. Alright, Fenrir, you wanna play a game? Andrews, you wanna play a game? EB, you don't wanna play a game, right? She doesn't have mana, she can't really do anything. She can't even BKB TP. Let's get that 90 gold per minute, we're gonna be rich in no time. Lulu Chan just plays no matter what time it is. Trust me. I know Lulu Chan.
I'll prove I'm the best.
Ask her what time is a good time to play. The answer is anytime. With a blue spam. Potato connection? Hey, don't you owe me a donation? You remember this conversation, man? Because I remember. Lulu can't. that was great, man.
Time to be tough.
Damn, dude. You must be like the sickest of fathers. Or most hated, depending on how you look at it.
Let's get moving. Let's see where the
road
road
over
takes
here. Did I just see somebody or oh, that's Undying.
Let's go, Jix. Time isn't on your side.
Hey, can you answer this question? Hyrule?
Mischief awaits.
Wind Ranger's still down.
That's true. We should go throw on them right now.
Yeah, we should.
Alright.
I'm always on the
I'm running down mid.
On my way.
Oh fuck. It's better me than anyone else.
Wind Ranger's up now, so we should just fuck it.
Alright, I ran turtle mode. This hero is very high skill cap. If you suck at this hero, I gotta tell ya, you do nothing this game.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
If you're okay, I'll read it. If you're good with Willow, you will own.
Can't stay here.
Yeah, Andreas and Johnny have met. They have a pun off sometimes.
Let's see where the road takes us.
Seriously, not a single defensive item? Wow. That's amazing.
No time to dilly-dally. Let's find something to stick off.
Your top barracks are under attack.
We should jump. I don't think we should jump. Oh yeah.
Your middle barracks has fallen.
The fuck?
Your top barracks has fallen.
It was all a distraction.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Have you met my friend Jex yet? If you're ready to skip sunny again soon, you want to? You shouldn't have met my friend. Your top barracks. What's your story?
Your top barracks.
Earthshaker also didn't hit.
It's okay, guys. We've just been stalling this game, to be quite honest. I mean, we've taken one tier, one tower.
Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your top barracks has fallen. The enemy now has megawaves. Your middle tower is under attack.
English only. Oh hey man, you're still here.
Your middle tower is under
That's
attack.
funny, man. Oh no, 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 no! Yes.
We're going on a little field trip, Jex.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower.
Oh, time to play the blame game.
I'll prove I'm the best.
Alright.
I mean, like, stop blaming other people. Like, it's no point. We all fucking lost.
Under attack.
Time to be tough.
Your middle tower has fallen.
She fucking get everybody.
My time has come.
Is under
It's like level 8 when you were level 6.
Patience. Let's get moving.
Your ancient is under attack. Radiant victory.
Seriously, Sheldon, you enjoyed that
I'm
game?
just saying, she just did a better job. It's way higher level than you. She had way more.
You mother fucker. Ugh, I'm so glad to be out of that game. Alright, let's do a hero pull. Just like it says in the title, we'll finally do a hero pull. Oh, let me set it up. Alright, we're gonna add Mars, even though he never wins the vote. Treant sometimes wins the vote. If I add Invoker, he's gonna win the poll. Ugh. What else do I need to practice, guys? You guys are gonna band together to vote for Mars? I mean, no, just vote for the hero that you want to see. Nah, Mars is a good hero. I did good. Well, thank you, Sheldon. Objectively, I didn't. But I appreciate your sentiment. Skywrath. Okay, I will add Skywrath for JT. Not Morphling, not Tide, not Pango, not Faces. Gonna add Naga Siren again. Add Ember Spirit, he's fun to play. Nature's Prophet, he's fun to play too. Alright, I'll add Oracle because I've been meaning to practice healers. Winter Wyvern because healer once again. Okay, so we actually have a lot of hero choices that you guys can vote on. Well, techies for me, that's fan-fucking-tastic. Oh wait, we can't even see the bottom of this. They're actually... Yeah, I have to stretch this out. It's a little bit too tight here, guys. Too tight. I don't like it tight. There we go. We've hit our limitations. There we go. Okay, good luck on your vote. Please read the instructions on how to vote properly. Thanks. Oh yeah, actually the system doesn't only take one vote. Alright, let's change that. 3 votes per person for 5 points each. Hey, no spamming, okay? Thanks. Andrews, do you not have more? You seriously don't have coins? Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna give you points. Let me just figure out how to do it again. Points. Currency, right, okay, so points, add Andreas. Here, have 500. I'm not sure if that works, so can you type in exclamation mark points? Okay, yeah, okay, bot confirmed it. You're welcome. I mean, it's just an imaginary currency. It's not like it actually costs me anything. Except for my time, which is real money. Oh, we got a game! Who's winning the poll, guys? Ember Spirit? You guys like that shit, huh? English only, thanks.
Your turn to ban.
Hello, Tyruno. Didn't I say hi to you
5
earlier?
seconds remaining.
Did I imagine that? Guys, Ember Spirit's winning by 2 points. Or 2 votes.
Your turn to pick.
Yeah, don't even bother with this shit down here. Focus on these two. Either 4 or 0, guys. There's a space between the vote and the number, dude.
10
Oh my god, it's so
remaining.
close between these two. Is Mars banned? Mars is banned. Okay, okay. Alright. Never mind. Mars is banned. Congratulations all Ember Spirit voters. You guys have won the poll. No, I'm gonna play Ember Spirit right now. Can we bet on the game? Yeah, hold on a sec. Okay, you guys get 10 minutes to bet on the outcome of this game. I can go mid if you like. Or safe lane. Oh, hell no, you say. Oh, okay.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Going half in, are you, Andreas? Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Is it raining there? No, it's not. Yeah, no, there's no rain here. I don't know what you're talking about. Roman, I think if you look outside the window, you might hear the rain. Type in !, how to bet. Roman, maybe you should close the window, you know? Yeah, I don't know what I don't know why this guy thinks that. No, there's no raining going on here.
Balance in all
It's
things.
in the bag.
Prepare for battle.
A test of training.
This must be the battle sung of in the Eldwound's Ella. The battle that
You
was
will be
truly in the
scared.
bag.
Come and learn humility. I shall teach you.
Yeah.
30 seconds to battle.
I like Ember.
None escape my fire.
The battle begins.
Be ensnared in fire. Walk a warrior's way.
Hey, I can change this guy.
Tis not yet time. A journey without end.
Got him.
Nice, good job.
Thank you. Holy fuck, is it a 12-year-old? Not that there's anything wrong with being 12.
The way is clear. Your end has come. You have no chance. Prepare for a
I'm gonna eat that in a sec.
It must be done. Flame lights the way. The stalwart flame
Not so
flickers.
close, Ember Spirit. You're warming my wings.
A trial by fire.
He might pull. If he pulls, can you stop him?
Must be discovered. All paths find serenity.
Oh, he doesn't realize that's blocked.
Nice.
Now
You face the flame. Everything lies within nothing. No path but through. All action is reaction. Fire shall teach you.
Ah.
That's good.
On and on again.
Did I just get mangoed?
Harmony
Did you just mango me?
Yeah.
How dare you?
Fear not the forest. Be wary. Be cautious. A test of training.
Phoenix is
No. Your end has come.
Oh my god, I missed. And he got the deny. Oh man. Oh man. What are you doing?
The road is endless. None escape my fire. Ash upon the wind. What dangers lie here? A trial by
Fuck, my last hit is so shitty.
The way is clear. All action is reaction. Prepare for a lesson. The stalwart flame flickers. It must be done.
5-minute
Behold my searing chains. What must be discovered? All paths find serenity. You face the flame. Flame lights the way. A journey without end.
Seriously, time dilation this early, man? What for?
No mana.
I'm okay. You can't kill me. In fact, I'm confused why he's trying.
Fear not the forest. You have no chance. Come and let you have been.
He dead. My last hit!
Rip.
Oh my god. How dare you?
Be cautious. I shall teach you. Balance in all things. No path but through. Bonded, you and I. On and on again.
You okay there, Jug? You wanna swap lanes?
Come and learn humility.
No, yeah?
None escape my fire.
Okay, sure, man. Yeah, I'm ready whenever. If you ever come up here, I will go down there.
Careful what you claim. A trial by fire. Harmony must be earned.
What's wrong with this guy? Get him!
On and on again.
Oh!
Harmony must be earned.
Turn around and TP.
I don't know what to do. I don't even have mana. I think I'm just gonna kill myself.
All paths find serenity.
No, they think you TP'd away, I think.
Oh wait, I have a jug here. Nah, you don't even have a healing. Okay, I'm gonna kill myself. Goodbye, my friends.
No, you have mana for your TPs.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe I'll just wait.
Balance in all things.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Killed the
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I will deal bottom.
Dire's structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
My prayers are answered.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
The road is endless.
What the fuck, 2 in Blade Dance? I see what your problem
The
is.
way is clear.
Dude, those chains didn't hit a single one of those. Or did they? Wah wah.
It must be done. A test of training. Your end has come.
Coming, coming.
Fire shall teach you. I shall teach you.
Alex Foster, glad you like to play this.
You have no chance.
Oh my goodness.
Handshake me for the flame. The storm. The season is over.
I'm gonna keep my hotkeys a little bit more organized.
Holy shit.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Hurry to the fray.
Bitch!
Nice.
Thanks.
Your top tower is under attack.
Never refuse good. Give it be on your way. Flame lights the way.
My prayers are answered. Oh man, that reach is scary. Oh fuck, I missed my chains.
All action is reaction. You are dead. Destiny awaits us all.
You know what? I don't.
Fear not the forest.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, sorry, friend.
I'm dead.
Yeah, you're dead. Oh, here comes the
Your
complaining.
middle tower is under attack.
No path. Who's that scorching fellow?
Your middle tower has fallen.
The stalwart flame flickers.
I'm here.
Lights the way. Be well. Be swift.
Got him.
There's it.
Oh man. Oh, so good. Wah wah. It's okay, guys. We just need some farm. They're supposed to be strong early. Oh, I was hoping he'd multicast.
I burn
Your
once
top
more.
tower is under attack.
Yo, Phoenix doesn't have egg.
Harmony must be.
I don't have dust. Oh.
Okay.
I need more time.
Holy shit, my right click is so garbage.
Did Ogre not die?
What must be discovered? All paths find serenity. On and on again.
They're looking to fight. He wants to chrono. I'm coming.
Dire structures are fortified.
Prepare for a lesson.
It doesn't matter if I have flame grid.
It must be done.
I don't know, man.
Fear
Saw him the whole time.
forest. The road is endless.
I think we fucking lost.
I am not ready.
It's Razor.
I need more time.
Oh, thank you, got him.
Ooh, that was close, man. This guy doesn't have chrono.
You face the flame.
Rana.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Balance in all things. My image steps forth. All action is with
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Top.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
You will be seared.
Oh fuck, I almost got hit by that shit.
What dangers lie here?
What the fuck, man?
The way
Oh my gosh, Shadow Shaman. My prayers are answered.
Be cautious.
Nice.
Yep.
Be on your way.
What fucking items? Free courier if you need to use it.
Your top tower is under attack.
What must be discovered? The way is clear. Come and learn humility. The storm.
My prayers are answered.
Flickers. On and on again. I am not ready. All paths
The
find
enemy's top
serenity.
tower has fallen.
My image steps forth. Fear not. None escape my fire. Never refuse gold given.
It
must be done. Carry forth the flame.
Oh my god, I actually didn't have mana. Hey Rubik, are you gonna help us? This is bad. Rubik isn't coming. I need mana anyways.
Balance in all things. A journey without end.
No, don't do it! Oh yeah! Oh no! Get away from that egg.
No path, but through.
Oh no! Oh shit. Oh man, these guys are embarrassing us. Diving our tier 3s.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Perhaps he was not trying to kill him.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Maybe I just need to split push. I'm gonna split push and get these guys to chase me.
Harmony must be earned. Be honored. Prepare for a lesson. On and on.
I see.
All action is reaction. Destiny is settled. Hurry to the friendly.
Nice.
Burn more brightly. It must be done.
Jug's all confused and shit. He's like, where do I farm? I don't know, man.
Tis not yet time. A journey without end. Tis not yet time.
The fuck, man? Holy fucking stun! Did I get hit by arrow? Good. Jesus. Hi, Gary. Thanks, man. I'm coming.
Text me. Your place.
Oh my god!
Your middle tower is under attack.
What about execution?
Radiant structures are fortified.
No spam, please. Hi.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yo, man, every time I get in a team fight with these guys, I die.
Your middle tower has fallen. Dire structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack.
My video settings are maxed everything, man.
Still the same
Your middle tower is under
My
attack.
image steps forth. The stalwart flame flickers.
Your top tower is under attack.
Fear not the forest.
Your top tower has been denied.
A test of training.
Okay. So I come here for nothing?
All paths.
Dagger.
Fire shall teach you.
Rana shouldn't be scared. She has nothing to be scared of.
What dangers lie here?
I have to split push my way to victory. That's the only way I can win this game.
The way is clear. I shall teach you.
Piranha's behind us.
Your way.
Hey, try not to take team fights, guys, okay? Don't take team fight. And we lose every time we take a team fight.
Be cautious. Harmony must be
let me just see if I can get them to chase me around. That's our best bet, okay?
Balance in all things.
No team fight.
Flame lights the way. Carry forward. The road is endless. You will be seared. Shamed in searing heat.
Jesus Christ,
man.
Keep chasing me, Razor. Keep chasing me.
Without end. Walk a warrior's way. On and on again. What must be discovered? All paths find serenity. Prepare for a lesson.
Hey, Yuda, thanks for subscribing.
All action.
Hey, Erica, next one's a ban, okay? Let me know if you want that. Very easy to do.
Trial by fire. A test of training. I aspire to more. Hurry to the fray. What danger is here? The way is clear.
I don't know if get there.
Balance in all things.
Oh shit, dude.
No path but through. Harmony must be earned. It must be done. Burn forth, my friend.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
Be well, be swift.
What the hell did I miss the void?
Radiant structures are falling.
That egg.
Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks are under attack.
Oh boy. We lost hard, huh? 14 to 40. Jesus.
Your middle barracks has fallen.
Oh, yeah, buy back for nothing.
Your middle barracks has fallen.
lesson in death. You have no chance. Be still, little knife. Who's that scorching fellow?
If I could just ulti the Phoenix. Fight.
Alright, who disconnected? Oh. We're just back.
Destiny awaits us all. My searing gaze. Ah. The stalwart flame flickers. The road is endless. Burn forth, my friend.
Aghanim Scepter with a fucking arcane rune?
The forest.
Your top shrine is under attack.
Lie here.
I don't give a shit though.
Must be done.
Your top shrine is under attack.
Hurry to the fray.
Your top shrine has fallen.
We are snared in fire. What must be discovered?
What the fuck? I missed my chain, dude.
Is under attack. Your top tower has
Okay,
fallen.
man.
Be wary. Be
Your
cautious.
top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks has fallen.
My image steps forth. Fear not the forest. Chained in searing heat. No path, but wicked sick. Ignite the flame.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Destiny awaits us.
I'm dead.
I end.
See you later, Pax.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Why do you guys think we lost?
Your bottom
I think I did okay for being an offlaner.
Your bottom barracks has fallen.
Maybe Razor's just such powerful. Razor Mirana. 12-0. Oh. Damn, 6 score.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack.
Rubik mid for the win? Or for the lose?
Your ancient is under attack.
Oh my god, I don't even have time to cast my Yules. Alright, he missed the fountain. Yeah!
Dire victory.
Stronger laning heroes. I joined these guys in team fights a few times and we lose.
Maybe I just keep split pushing, trying to split them. Holy shit, my team is poor. Yeah, you get a command back. Someone is stream sniping me so bad that they completely outplayed us. Betting winner 1. Thanks, Andrews. You want to see my recent games? Okay, Rayo, if you say please, I'll show you recent games. Okay, let's start the next. Not a single person been on this. Okay, let's start the next round of polling. I'll take out Ember Spirit. Okay, you guys can vote on these heroes. I'm gonna start the votes. You guys can vote right now. I'll be right back in 1 minute. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Hello, Jambu.
Alright, where are we? Betting is bad. Well, you're not wrong. Excuse me, but I played Naga Siren yesterday. Alright, Ray, I'm gonna show you my recent games because you said please. Good job, man. I don't know why you care to see my recent games, though. Who cares? Who cares? Oh fuck, I just poured water on myself. It's all over my dick now. Wow. Good thing I have this box of tissues. Exactly for this situation. Hey Jambu, I want you to listen to what I'm about to say. First of all, stop making assumptions about when I do or do not play certain heroes. Especially when you don't know. Secondly, if you want a hero for sure, you have to donate for the hero. Otherwise, the hero that's going to be played is the hero that wins the poll. Sounds fair, right? What kind of chair do I use? A comfortable one. Understand? Kind of brush. Okay. What's the brand of tissues I'm using? Let's have a look. I don't really know, to be honest. Oh, there we go. It's right here. Kleenex Ultra Soft. Not so much like he might. You know what? Oh, kids, don't watch me. Wow, you're the tissue connoisseur, are you? Is it because you're a dad? Just joking, man. No judgments on your relationship. Just joking. Just joking. Yeah, so anyways, this poll, looks like, oh, Naga and Mars are actually tying it up. Cool. Yeah, don't vote for any of these heroes. Vote for these two. Guys, we just need one vote. One vote to decide the winner. There can be only one. Unless one gets picked or banned first. Oh, Mars is winning now. Is that a gaming earphone? No. Crasny, thanks for subscribing. Can we just go Mars based on 0 is before 3 and M is before N? That logic is absolutely... absolutely...
Smoke weed every day.
Who's winning? They're fucking tied again. Can you guys make up your mind? Oh, Mars. Mars edging out. Mars edging out again. I'm not playing Mars, guys.
Your turn to ban.
Woker nominated for banning. Juggernaut nominated for banning.
5 seconds remaining.
Pudge nominated for banning. Lena nominated for banning. Huh. Looks like it might actually be a Mars game. Oh, I thought they picked Mars for a second. Whew. Mars Techies? Sure, man. This guy wants to do Mars Techies. Alright. Congratulations, people who voted for Mars. Who chose Mars.
Your turn to pick.
Oh yeah, no, the betting hasn't started yet. Hold on a sec. You guys have 10 minutes to bet on the outcome of this game.
Your turn to pick.
And yeah, Matthias, I've tried Mars mid. Lulu, where are you going? You suck? I'm a dick. Yep. Well, Andrews, you bet on me losing? You bet on me losing? Wow. I'm gonna win this game so hard. By diving fountains. They have a lot of ancients, huh? Hi, Ronald. Oh shit, one is losing? This fucking guy can't read basic stuff.
God by any other name.
Thanks, Muhammad.
All in stride.
It is in the bag.
Prepare for battle.
Kebab time. Your struggles begin.
Andrews, I don't know if you're going to do that. Are you sure you want to get stalked on the internet?
No quarter.
People gonna find you.
This one is it.
Like they found me.
But the fuses are in there.
Yeah, he said kebab.
That's the right of it. Huzzah!
30 seconds to battle.
We go! My glory shines!
Oh,
First,
shit.
for Salamene and for the Dark
As the thickest size.
The battle begins.
At last, it comes to blows! My plate resounds. Nothing to it. God's moving.
What rain?
Battle awaits. The dogs are on us.
That was very hard to get out of.
Indeed. Force march. Clear a path. Wind doesn't even describe it. To the front.
Oh, Jesus.
Glorious. Fall in. Spears out.
Did you say something? I can't. My music's too loud. Sorry, what did you say?
I hate dealing with fucking tri-lanes every day.
It's okay, man. It's gonna be okay.
It's getting old. It's getting old, man.
No doubt. We go. Follow my lead. Denied. My feet know the way. I've got this. There's nowhere to run. Go, go!
No.
He's gonna block it anyway.
Go, go!
I'll be right back. I have no HP. What rain? Hello, Daniel. Yo, man, this Benny is way too late. Come on.
My spear leads the way.
Thanks, Andrej.
I hunt.
Oh, Gaben.
I predict the win in Techie's feeds. Should have listened to Andreas. Oops, I mean accidentally predicted a loss. GG.
Wah wah. Good job, Techies. I'll make a point of it.
You just ran into my spear. Well, mother's over. March!
Well, that's lost for regen.
Move out!
What the fuck, man? I'm missing so many CS. Oh my. Oh. Okay, I gotta concentrate. Oh yes. So what?
Can't get to you.
I'm fine.
Our lives will never break. It's gonna be a massacre.
Nice.
Nice shot.
Runes, runes.
Follow my lead.
Ruins.
Almost there. Ooh, for me. I could do with more.
What the fuck, man?
This way.
Fuck me.
I choose this path myself.
Okay, man, you're doing fine. Oh god, you fucking cunt! Oh my god! Wow, dude, just wow. Get him, bounty hunter!
So good to see you. To war! Execution style. Well, Muller's over.
Oh, nice, nice, nice.
This way.
Does PA just not have anyone in his lane?
Viper.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Behold! No mercy! Perfect, of course.
Nah! Oh man, that's great, dude.
We go! My plate resounds. I choose this path myself. A time for blood! To the last! God's moving! I've got this. God. Force march! Clear a path! To the front! chance, have you? Thought as much.
Holy 4-bot?
My feet know the way. You'll be destroyed.
Hey PA, did you want me to get Desolator? Or are you set on getting it? Desolator?
I think PA gets Deso and you just get flats.
Coward dogs.
What the fuck is Luna anyways?
Strike fear.
1 sec on courier.
A nice snack.
1 second courier.
Nothing to it.
Double damage.
Run if you must.
Fuck!
Hold it. You're welcome. My spear leads the way.
I don't have mana for my shit, dude.
Stays my hand.
There you go.
I decide.
Yeah, my soul ring came in just in time.
My blood rises.
Dire structures are fortified.
Almost there. Now careful. For valor.
Hey, Luna's jungling, so you guys ward the jungle. That'd be
Your
pretty
middle
good.
tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
With pleasure.
Your middle tower is under attack.
A step towards victory.
Survive,
Your middle tower is under attack.
Spears up.
Oh no.
That's the right of it. To war! Fall in! Battle awaits! Raha! Lovely golden laurels, no doubt. Move out! To me!
I can get blink now.
Divine grace! Beg for mercy!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
We'll go far together, little knight.
Coming bottom.
I choose this path myself.
I have failed the veil. Your middle tower is under attack.
A step towards victory. The dogs are on us.
There's one shot.
There's only fucking 2 of us down here.
With pleasure. Oh, no doubt.
Dude! Does PA just go in like that, right next to the Earthshaker? Fucking scare the shit out of me. Oh, he almost juked that.
Your bottom
Good suicide.
tower is under attack.
Even I like a good bauble.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
If that happens again, I might take it personally. March! Come on! Huzzah! This way.
Nah.
Time for a new pair of boots. My plate resounds.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Eating mules.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
Move out! Move it! Looking for me? Time to run them down. I'm over here. Nothing to it. Face me! Spears up!
What the fuck?
My spear is away.
No, I'm not gonna fight this. JK, I'm fighting this. Oh, I thought I had haste, my bad. Just ran out. Hey, I'm alt tab, so it's gonna look like it's lagging, but it's not lagging, okay? This chat is nice blind? What does that mean? Blink? How is it a nice blink?
I think they've worn out their welcome. Ha-ha! They'll never expect these. Clear a path! I know. To the front! Fall in!
Radiant structures are fortified.
Indeed.
Oh shit, dude. My team's getting dominated, huh? Jesus.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
Bow before the might of
Hi, Lula.
ready.
Are you kidding me?
Dude.
Don't push me.
You blew up this mine? Never mind.
It's one more thing than this shit.
Follow my lead.
Bountiful.
Thought as much. Well, that would be a tribute. I'm not ready.
Hey, come on.
That's the right of it.
Dire structures are fortified.
All in the wrist.
I'm coming for the storm. Dun, dun, dun. Thank you.
As you count. We go. Don't push me. Well, Muller's over. Let's have all the fun. I've got this. My feet know the way.
Pipe. He's got a pipe. Got a pipe.
To what end? Move out! This way. Ready.
Okay, okay. What the fuck, guys? My fucking my fucking hood! Oh my god, that would have saved me. I'll tap again, guys.
Seriously, can you let me go right here? Check the live.
Dire structures are fortified.
No echo, no echo, no echo.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Almost. Thought as much. Back off.
There's a Luna somewhere around here. Okay, I'm coming to save you. If that's even possible.
Don't push me. Here we go! Before me! That incense I smell. A step towards victory.
Bargain hunting.
Indeed. With pleasure. Give me a sec. Nothing to it. My feet know the way. All in stride. A fitting bounty. Go, go!
Bountiful.
Nothing I could do with more of that. Move it!
Fuck, this Scar Spirit's gone.
I've got this. Spears up!
There's some hidden in these wards too. I'm just gonna be chilling here, so.
No doubt. Battle awaits.
Oh my god, it saw me.
To me.
Well, I'm okay with that trade. Alright, I guess I get BKB next, guys. BKB? I don't know if I want BKB though. No Echo. Zeus. Oh, I think Zeus can stop him from... can give the PA vision there. Hello Juan, long time, welcome back.
Not even a hangover. To the front. Precision guaranteed. Almost there. Almost. Give me a sec. Follow my lead.
Hey Zeus, can you bolt? Can you bolt to make sure they don't have vision here?
Enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Thanks.
Dire structures are fortified.
Melee reckless?
Enemy's bottom tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. The
We should
enemy's
back from this.
bottom barracks has fallen.
Need more time. Doesn't sound. I know.
Techies, what are you doing?
So much hate for me.
I am?
Enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
No, I'm 13. They're losing very well. wasted, but
You didn't have to die there.
My spear leads the way. Move out!
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
What chance have you? Force march!
Haste.
To what end?
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your shrine has fallen to the ring.
Yeah, this game's over.
I choose this path myself. Out more. Now what is reach? Clear a path. You will be destroyed.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
I hunt.
Taken out.
Thought as much.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Move it. I'm over here.
The enemy's
Yeah, he's dead too, huh? Oh, you fucking bitches! Go catapults, good. Go cat, get the range rack, good.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Let the fun begin.
Speaking of ribs, I was thinking of making some ribs soon, guys. I like to slowly slowly smoke the ribs in something like 250 Fahrenheit. I don't know what it is in Celsius. In Canada, we use Fahrenheit for temperatures for whatever reason. For some things, for cooking. Yeah, so I think it's like something close to like 100°C. So you just keep it at 100°C for like 3 to 4 to 5 hours. At the end, you fire up the grill on maximum, you char out the outside, 121°C, thanks. Sometimes I do a dry rib, and then sometimes I actually slice each and every rib, and then I make sure I coat every single piece of the meat for maximum dry rib surface volume. That's what it's called, right? Sometimes I just do the whole thing. Sometimes I just coat it in barbecue sauce. So, yep. That's how I do it.
With divine grace. I'll take it. No quarter. I choose this path myself.
Oh man, the description. Good job, Andrews.
My plate resounds.
How does your wife feel about your punch? And when is she gonna divorce you?
To war! A step towards victory.
Why can I never like? I don't know. Why can't I like? I don't know. I just. I don't know. I can never one-shot creep waves with God's Rebuke. Frustrating me. Holy moly! Objective base gaming. Come on and slam. Welcome to the jam. This PA just hit this building. Ugh. Oh, did I not have my pipe in my inventory? I didn't know that. I forgot. I was trying to farm jungle earlier, so this is better for farming jungle. To be honest with you, I don't really care about this game because I know we already won, so.
Even I like a good bottle. Well, that would be a treat.
There's, in fact, a jam sound effect, Gaben. Oh fuck, I almost had enough for my Satanic right there. And then I bought a TP for nothing.
To the front! Don't push me.
Double damage.
I've got this. They'll beg me to stop. Nothing to it.
Man, why do you want your 25 so bad? Your 25 is not even that good.
Glory shines. No doubt.
Yeah, I'm gonna force a fight right here. You see how I made PA go in there? What a sucker. Echo Slam! Echo Slam!
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. You now have mega creeps.
Oh, thanks, Zeus. Oh, yeah. Yeah, baby.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
What you doing, Storm? What you doing? What you doing, Zeus?
Radiant
GG, guys. Was that ranked? Yep. That's why you can see all the medals, man. Oh yeah. Who's that loser who went all in on me losing? Suckers. Oh, someone commended me just now. Who commended me? Wow, this... Well, I'm almost the poorest person on this team. This Techies is a little bit more poor. But Zeus is more money than me. Bounty Hunter is more money than me. PA is more money than me. Ugh. Please report Luna. Mars commended? Come on. God damn it, Andreas. PA commanded me? Okay. Points at Andreas. You're welcome. I know. You gotta keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Am I right, Andreas? Am I right? Yeah, we had to bail him out with 1,000 points. That was my last game of the day, guys. I just didn't sleep that much last night, so I'm gonna take it easy for the rest of the day. Gaben, your middle name's Andreas? Fuck off. Are you serious? Does anybody have any questions or comments? Advice on life? How to get a girlfriend? How to be good at Dota 2? How to get a large penis? Like myself. I am the only person who can use that command. I think. Pretty sure I'm the only person who can use that command. Yeah, I'm just tired today, you know? Gonna take it easy. Yeah, no, I woke up in the middle of the night and then stayed up for 3 hours. Then I woke up early to stream for you, Asian fuckers. I try. Yeah, so my breakfast might be ribs.
$1 a day keeps the day gay.
How gay are we talking? Are we talking from a scale 1 to 10 or a scale from a rock to a unicorn? How do you buy a set? With money? Not all Asian. I never said that you were all Asian. But I did say that I woke up early to stream for Asians. Man, I think you have a lot of assumptions and listening comprehension problems. Remember when you assumed that I was American the other day? Out of nowhere, I never indicated that. Did the call ever commend me? No. That guy was just straight up fucking lying. What was his name again? I can't even remember. Started with a K or AZ or something like that. I don't remember. But he was just full of shit trying to get attention. I don't know. It's pathetic. Hi, Slide Man. The answer to your question is yes. Thanks, Kondraju. I will. Yes. Yes, those of us who had good English, we got that. Thanks, Aku. Advice on life. Don't wake up in the middle of the night for 3 hours. Surprise Pikachu! Is this English? This is English only chat, right? What are you talking about, man? You don't know this is English only chat? What's this guy talking about? You appreciate what, Roderick? What? You're not wrong. Can you subscribe to me? I'm not sure I'm willing to allow that. Okay, the Asians and Lulu. Skip from just the tip to a full-blown Lenny face. Never mind, he meant happy. Of course he did. You're very welcome, Juan. Yeah, sleep actually sounds pretty good. Yes, I figured that. You know, you kind of implied it right here. Thanks, Mohammed. Am I Chinese? No, I'm not Chinese. Are you from Nigeria? Why not ready for play? Because I don't want to play anymore. Asian view thing. Wait. Let's scroll up to your last comment. You appreciate that? Okay. I see what you're saying, Roderick. My pleasure, man. Make sure you give me some donations. Okay? Just joking. That Phantom Lancer is so nerves. Do you know what this means? Oh, there you go. There's the definition. Thanks, Ashtosh. You want to see the demographics, Gaven? Sure. Let's pull it up. Oh, thanks, Alex. Glad you like this, the Steam and community. Alright, let's look at the demographics.
Really enjoy your Steam and community. Hard.
Bahrain #1? Yes. Okay, here we are. Haha, Alex, what an idiot. Alright, there you go. So Indonesia, by far the largest population in the stream. Woo, Indonesia. Malaysia #2, India #3, Philippines #4. Oh, why can't you guys be richer? Jesus Christ. United States with a sad 3%. Another poor country, another poor country, another poor country, another poor country, another poor country. One rich country. Very poor country. I think this is a poor country. Kind of poor country. Oh, rich country. 0.1%. Great. Yeah, basically a lot of dick. Yeah, we've got maybe 10 Indonesian girls watching me. Maybe 1 Malaysian. 1 Indian girl. Surprisingly, lots of Filipino girls watch me. Basically, no other girls besides that. Yeah, it's a sausage fest here. Why can't you see Bahrain? It's just way too insignificant. Yeah, in fact, completely not on this list at all. .0% Russia. Actually, Russian girls are hot. It's sad that we don't have enough Russian girls here. Average age group? Oh, actually, here, let's have a look. Viewer age. Surprisingly, the biggest demographic is actually between 18 to 34. Now, I believe that this is a lie. I'm sure that most of you guys are actually in this age group, and you probably lied about it on your YouTube account information. But yeah, 91% between 18 to 34. There's a single 65-plus-year-old. Lots of grandmothers. Oh wait, no grandmothers. Why can't we be more female? That's what I wonder to myself every day, Johan. You've been getting me through work while slow, so I figured $5 wasn't bad. $5? You know what you can buy in Indonesia for $5? Food for about a week. That's great, man. Thanks. It's saying Romanians are 100% male. Lulu-chan, do you have something you want to tell us? I have actually met Lulu-chan in person. And I can confirm that she is a beautiful female. Little sausage too. How does that make you feel? Turned on? Gladys Jin is a Filipina blues fan. She contributes to that number. Oh, I thought she was from Singapore. Yes, very few Canadian viewers. She was 1/4 Russian. Oh, that must explain it. Lulu's from Romania. You're almost past 34. Going into that 4.5. Damn, you old. Actually, Andreas, it's funny because one of our other, I think you know him, Gabriel. I think he's like almost exactly the same age as you. Yeah, I met him in Singapore too. We had dinner. He actually bought all of us dinner and drinks. We went to this this restaurant by the water. Yeah, Clarence was there, Jocelyn was there, Lulu was there, I was there, obviously. Did I forget anybody? Yeah, Gabriel was there. I think it was 6 people. Yeah, what a nice guy. I tried to order cheap drinks on his behalf. 18 to 24 edgelords. Oh yeah. 13 to 17 too. I am 30 years old. You're 65. You sure as fuck don't act like it. I mean, you spoke what was that? Non-English earlier, even though you've been here for fucking forever. Favorite hero, Juggernaut. Yes.
Smoke weed every day.
Drunken Dodo next stream. Juan, I see that you're making a demand, but are you willing to pay for it? Are you willing to make donation for your demand? Juan? Oh shit. Ah. Hi there. Hey Mohammed, do you mind not spamming? I think you've asked this 3 times, right? Let's count. 1, 2. Mohammed, thanks for subscribing. 3, like I said. Just stop spamming, man. She's a pure Filipina? Okay. Thought she was a dude. Or he's a dude. I don't even know, man. I don't know. I've heard. I read the Discord chat one day. How much do you earn per stream? That's a secret. When can we expect your channel? What do you want Lulu to do, huh? Sure, Alex. Yeah, just pick a hero. Can I play Joker? Yeah. Can you make donation for your Invoker? There you go. Here's a stream policy. Oh, okay. Any more questions, comments? You know what he's trying to do, Lulu? He's just trying to hit on you. Lulu, when can we expect your channel? Like, when did Lulu indicate that she was going to be an entertainer or a YouTuber or a content creator at any point in time? Now, you know what you did? You just see a girl with a profile picture and you're like, when are you gonna make a channel? Oh, dude, it's kind of creepy when you do that. See you later, Alex. Get to sleep, Gaben. Okay, I'm out of here too. Be great so you can name your channel Lulu Channel. Okay, I'm out of here, guys. Thank you everyone for watching the stream. Hope you guys enjoyed our time together today. I will be back tomorrow around the same time. So around 7:30 a.m. Pacific time. Have a great day, a great night, guys. See you guys soon.